rukun bebarengan ro kancane lila lan legowo kanggo mulyaning negara siji telu papat maju papat papat diulang-ulang aktivis diinggal rampungin pelopis kontul baris pelopis kontul baris Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of INNODEL 2023 is about to start. Please find your seat and put your phone into silent mode.
Selamat datang di Royal Ambarukmo, Yogyakarta.
Welcome to Royal Ambarukmo, Yogyakarta.
Sebagai bagian dari prosedur standar keamanan dan keselamatan di Royal Ambarukmo, Yogyakarta, kami diharuskan mengikuti prosedur ini.
In accordance with safety and security standard of the hotels, we are required to present you these procedures.
Hotel ini dilengkapi dengan kontrol keadaan darurat di ruang operator.
The hotel is equipped with emergency control at the operator rooms.
Setiap ruang rapat dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam kebakaran, alat penyemprot air otomatis, dan deteksi asap, serta sistem pengumuman publik.
All meeting venue is completed with fire extinguishers, water sprinklers, smoke detectors, and public announcement system.
Royal Ambarukmo Yogyakarta memiliki 3 pintu emergency exit menuju area berkumpul.
Royal Ambarukmo Yogyakarta has 3 exits to the assembly point.
Di alun-alun Pendopo Agung Royal Ambarukmo Yogyakarta.
Of alun-alun Pendopo Agung Royal Ambarukmo Yogyakarta.
Sekarang kita berada di Kesultanan Ballroom.
Now, we are at Kesultanan Ballroom.
Apabila Anda mendengar alarm, mohon tetap di tempat untuk menunggu instruksi selanjutnya.
When you hear alarms, please remain in your positions to wait for further instructions.
Instruksi keadaan darurat dan evakuasi akan Anda dengarkan melalui sistem publik di ruangan ini.
The emergency and evacuation instructions will be announced from the public announcements in this venue.
Petugas kami akan mengarahkan Anda ke pintu darurat terdekat menuju area berkumpul.
Our associates will guide you to the nearest exits to our assembly points.
Terima kasih atas kepercayaan Anda dan selamat beraktivitas.
Thank you for using our services and may you have a pleasant stay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan.
Good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, INNODEL 2023. My name is Trixie.
And I am Irsanti.
It is a pleasure for us to be your MC on this eventful occasion. First of all, a very warm welcome to those who are present here at the Kasultanan Ballroom of Royal Ambarukmo, Yogyakarta, and those who are watching from UT TV.
Sugeng enjing lan sugeng rawuh Bapak Ibu, wonten acara INNODEL kalih ewu 23.
First of all, allow us to welcome our honorable guest, His Excellency Governor of Special Region of Yogyakarta, represented by the Head of the Department of Education, Youth and Sports, Dr. Didik Wardaya SE MPD. Rektor of Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Ojat Darojat MHus PhD. Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Partnership and Business of UT, Bapak Rahmat Budiman MHu PhD. Head of Institute of Research and Community Services of UT, Profesor Dewi Artati Panmo Putri MA PhD. Head of UT Yogyakarta, Dr. Agus Santoso MSI. INNODEL Conference Chair, Profesor Daryono SH MA PhD.
Our distinguished keynote speakers, Profesor Vanessa Dennen, Bapak Irving Hutagalung, Profesor Maria Mercedes Tan Rodrigo, Bapak Rai Pradono Iswara MSc, Bapak Yunanda Indra Kusuma BICT Honors, Profesor Kinshuk who is with us virtually, our moderators, presenters, participants, and distinguished guests.
As an annual conference presented by the Institute of Research and Community Services of Universitas Terbuka, INNODEL brings intriguing issues on information and communicative technologies, as well as to provide a forum of sharing, discussion, and consultation to nurture innovation in open and distance learning. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our opening ceremony, let us take a moment to pray to the Almighty God. Prayer may start. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to have you here all on this beautiful morning. And before we get deeper into our agenda, let us take a moment to appreciate the incredible support of our sponsors, whose contributions have made this event possible. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Gramedia Printing Group, Bank BTN, Bank Mandiri, Telkom Indonesia, Huawei, Microsoft, and Ion Reality. And before we begin our program, we would like to announce that there is an UMKM or Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises exhibition available for viewing in Kencana Room. The exhibition will be open until 5 p.m. and we encourage all of you to take the opportunity to visit and support the vibrant array of local businesses showcase.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our agenda, let us rise for the national anthem of Indonesia. Please be upstanding for Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let us hear the conference report from the head of Institute of Research and Community Service of Universitas Terbuka. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Profesor Dewi Artati Patmoputri, MA, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very good morning to all of you. An honorary, the Governor of Yogyakarta Special Region is represented by Dr. Didi Wardaya, the Head of Education, Youth and Sport Office of Yogyakarta Special Region. Director of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat Embus, PhD. The Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Cooperation and Business, Rahmat Budiman, PhD. Distinguished keynote panelist speakers, Professor Vanessa Dennen, Professor of Instructional System and Learning Technologies, Florida State University, United States. Irving Hutagalung, Country Engineering Lead in Indonesia, Microsoft Indonesia. Professor Maria Mercedes Tan Rodrigo, Professor Department of Information System and Computer Science, Ateneo de Manila University, Philippines. Yunanda Indra Kusuma, Head of Products, Tribes, Technology, Commercialization, Telkom Indonesia. Professor Kinschuk, Dean of University of North Texas, USA. Rayi Pradono Iswara, ICT Talent Ecosystem Development Manager, Indonesia Region, PT Huawei Technology Investment Indonesia. Professor Darayono, the Chair of the Committee. Distinguished workshop speakers, Ali Muralid Haran from Aeon Reality, Dimas Agung Prasetyo from Universitas Terbuka, and respected colleagues. The Director of Yogyakarta Regional Office, the invited guests from UN Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, UPN, Universitas Gajah Mada, Atma Jaya Yogyakarta, and also the Association Profession of Distance Education, or we call it APJ. Dear friends, colleagues, and sponsors, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the 3rd Annual International Conference on the Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, INNODEL 2023, Yogyakarta, the City of Scholars. This year, the conference theme is Emerging Technology in Open Distance Education, Opportunity, Agility, and Adaptability, with special features on the artificial intelligence for better education. This conference is designed as a forum for participants to share and discuss the most recent advancements and issues in the field of open and distance learning, ODL, with a total of 200 abstracts were submitted to the conference, and from the 7 countries, Philippines, Malaysia, Tokyo, Palestine, China, and also Pakistan, and of course from Indonesia. The total number of institutions is more than 20 institutions. We are encouraging you to participate in the discussion and take advantage of the many benefits that the conference offers and opportunities to connect and meet the new friends. In addition, we are very honored to welcome you to Yogyakarta. The city of Yogyakarta is the capital of the spatial region, as well as the administrative and economic center of spatial region of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It is a large city that maintains traditional concepts and Japanese culture. There are many fascinating places that show the multi-contrast of the old and new Indonesia. I hope you have a memorable experience exploring the city of Yogyakarta, the temple, the greatest Hindu monument in the world and the World Heritage Site. Finally, I'm grateful to all members of the conference committee who have worked to put this conference together for all of us. In conclusion, I'm delighted to give you all a warm welcome. Enjoy the conference and wonderful Yogyakarta. Thank you so much.
Let us now move forward with the agenda and extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Terbuka who will deliver the welcoming and opening speech. Please welcome Professor Ojat Darojat, MUs, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Very good morning to everyone. The Honorable Governor of Yogyakarta Special Regions, represented by Bapak Dr. Didik Wardaya, the Head of Education, Youth and Sport, Office of Yogyakarta. Distinguished panel speakers, with us today, Professor Vanessa van Dennen from Florida State University, USA. We have also Mr. Irving Hutagalung from Microsoft Indonesia, Professor Maria Mercedes dan Rodrigo from Ateneo, the Manila University, Philippines, Mr. Yunanda Indra Kusuma from Telkom Indonesia, Professor Kisup from University of the North Texas, USA, who joined with us virtually. Mr. Rai Pradono Iswara from PT Huawei Tech Investment Indonesia. Also, we have here distinguished workshop speakers. Mr. Ali Muralitaran from Ion Reality and also Mas Dimas Agung Prasetyo from UT. Respected colleagues from UT, we have Vice Rector for Research, Innovations, Partnership and Business, Head of Research Institute and Community Services, 2023 INNODEL Conference Chairs, the Director of Yogyakarta Regional Offices, and all presenters, participants of this conference. Again, very good morning everyone and warm welcome to the third International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, or we call it INNODEL 2023. Organized by the Research Center and Community Services Universitas Terbuka. As Director of UT, I am honored to address this scientific gathering and to discuss different strategic issues regarding technology integration in open and distance learning, focusing on artificial intelligence. On behalf of UT, I would like to express my gratitude for your participations in the third annual International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning, held in Yogyakarta Special Regions, combined with the richness of its cultural appearance. I think Yogyakarta is the right place for us for shopping. So please contribute to Yogyakarta economics by shopping batiks, gudeg Yogyakarta, bakpia, geplak, geplak Bantul I mean. So it is time for us, the right place for us to contribute to Yogyakarta economy. And it has been a great honor and pleasure to host you at this esteemed annual conference where we will share insight and best practices for the betterment of open and distance learning in Asia and worldwide. Everyone, for this conference, we particularly highlight the inclusiveness, equity, and quality in education, notably in the purview of open and distance learning. The theme is suitable with the rapid expansion and technology for learning, since there are indeed plenty of opportunities for ODL institutions to explore and expand the capability of ODL as the vehicle for inclusive and equitable education. This theme is also aligned with one of the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs set by the United Nations. Distinguished colleagues and friends, UT has been regarded as the pioneer of distance education in the country, I mean in Indonesia. And we have served the nation for 39 years old. We reach our students all over Indonesia and in several countries, more about 50 countries in the world. By 2023, we have more than 2 million alumni, most of whom are primary education teachers. We have reached the unreached by providing higher education possible for adults with job, families, or other social commitments. Today, with more than 525,000 students, UT strives to provide inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. So, ladies and gentlemen, my gratitude extends to the Research Center and Community Service and INNODEL Committee for their diligent effort in coordinating this event. To all the invited keynote and panel speakers, guests and presenters, and also participants, I strongly believe this forum will give you a memorable academic experience and develop a new network for collaborative research. We hope this conference may illuminate some philosophical and practical issues regarding emerging open and distance education technology. I also believe this conference will provide an opportunity for exchanging and developing new ideas for a better future. So we wish all of us a very pleasant and wonderful conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prof. Ojat, please kindly remain on the stage as we would like to have you officially open INNODEL 2023. And to accompany Prof. Ojat, we would like to humbly invite Dr. Didi Wardaya, SA MPD, to join Prof. Ojat on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, the official opening of INNODEL 2023 will be conducted by arrow shooting. And we would like to invite all of you in this ballroom to find your klotoan. Can each of you find your klotoan on the table? Okay, no, please hold on. We will play it later on together. At the same moment, Prof. Ojat shoots the arrow. Okay. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is INNODEL 2023.
INNODEL 2023, Yogyakarta. Start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Just a performance. It is a narrative that beautifully encapsulates the essence of love, longing, and devotion. Its origin can be tracked back to ancient Javanese traditions, where it was performed as a symbol of profound affection and emotional resonance. Let us welcome Asmara Dana.
Ladies and gentlemen, grand finalists of Indonesia's Got Talent 2010 and finalists of Asia's Got Talent 2015 proudly present Praginagong.
That was
So
such
amazing.
a captivating performance of Asmaradana.
Yes, you're right, Trixie.
Yes, all the moves and all the costumes.
And the excitement.
The
Can you feel it?
excitement,
Yeah.
yes. Even we are from the side are excited.
Right.
Okay, next in line, we now have the honor of hearing a remark from the head of the Department of Education, Youth and Sport Special Region of Yogyakarta. Therefore, we have the honor to welcome Dr. Didik Wardaya SE, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Excellencies, all speakers at this meeting, Excellencies, the invited guests and all present. In this occasion, I will deliver written remark from the Governor of Yogyakarta Special Region in Indonesia as follows. Gubernur Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, sambutan International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning INNODEL Universitas Terbuka, Yogyakarta 23 Oktober 2023. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang kami hormati, Rektor Universitas Terbuka beserta jajarannya, para narasumber, para peserta konferensi, hadirin dan tamu undangan sekalian. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas limpahan rahmat dan karunia-Nya, sehingga pada hari ini kita dapat berkumpul dalam suasana kebersamaan untuk menghadiri International Conference on Innovation in Open and Distance Learning INNODEL Universitas Terbuka. Atas nama pemerintah Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, saya mengucapkan selamat datang di Yogyakarta kepada seluruh delegasi peserta dari berbagai negara yang telah hadir. Semoga kehadiran Anda di Yogyakarta membawa pengalaman yang berharga, sekaligus memperkaya pengetahuan serta pandangan dalam bidang pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh. Hadirin sekalian, pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh bukan sekedar sebuah alternatif, melainkan telah menjadi sebuah kebutuhan. Hari ini kita bersama-sama memahami bahwa layanan pendidikan tak lagi terbatas pada dinding-dinding lembaga pendidikan konvensional. Lembaga pendidikan reguler atau konvensional mungkin menghadapi berbagai kendala, tetapi melalui pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh, kita menemukan jalan untuk mengatasi hambatan-hambatan dengan lebih efektif. Perkembangan teknologi yang begitu pesat telah mendorong kebutuhan akan pendidikan profesional yang berkesinambungan. Perubahan orientasi pendidikan ini menciptakan konsep pendidikan yang lebih inklusif, yang mampu menyentuh seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Teknologi informasi dan komunikasi yang terus berkembang bukan sekedar alat. Ia adalah jalan bagi intensitas interaksi yang lebih tinggi dalam proses belajar jarak jauh. Seiring dengan kemajuan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, kita harus berkomitmen untuk memastikan akses ke layanan pendidikan semakin mudah. Dengan demikian, pintu kesempatan terbuka bagi semua, dimanapun mereka berada, untuk menikmati hak mendapatkan pendidikan. Ini adalah demokratisasi pendidikan yang didambakan semua pihak. Di tengah semua inovasi ini, satu hal yang harus tetap menjadi prioritas utama, yaitu jaminan terhadap kualitas pendidikan yang ditawarkan. Kualitas adalah fondasi dari setiap sistem pendidikan yang berarti. Selain itu, kita juga harus memastikan keterjangkauan finansial bagi seluruh masyarakat. Memastikan bahwa setiap warga negara yang memiliki akses yang setara terhadap layanan pendidikan, baik pada jenjang pendidikan dasar, menengah, maupun pendidikan tinggi. Sebelum saya mengakhiri sambutan ini, izinkan saya menyampaikan harapan bahwa konferensi ini nantinya akan menghasilkan diskusi dan ide-ide inovatif yang dapat membawa perubahan positif dalam dunia pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan partisipasi dalam INNODEL Universitas Terbuka. Selamat mengikuti seluruh rangkaian acara konferensi. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yogyakarta, 23 Oktober 2023. Gubernur Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, ditandatangani Hamengkubuwono ke-10. So we have read the written remark from the Governor of Yogyakarta Special Region. Happy discussion and enjoying in Yogyakarta. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Didi, and please kindly stay on the stage as we would like to present a token of appreciation. To present a token of appreciation, we would like to invite Director of Universitas Terbuka to come to the stage. Professor Ojat and Dr. Didi, please remain on the stage. We will have a photo session right after this.
For the photo session, we would like to invite the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Partnership and Business of UT, Head of the Institute of Research and Community Services of UT, INNODEL Conference Chair, and the Director of UT Yogyakarta Regional Offices to come to the stage for photo session. Okay, we will start. Put on your best smile in 3, 2, 1. Another one. 3, 2, 1. Please kindly remain on the stage as we would proceed to the next photo session. We would like to invite all keynote speakers as well as all workshop speakers to join on the stage. We would like to invite all keynote speakers and all workshop speakers to join on the stage. To all keynote speakers and workshop speakers, please proceed to the stage. Okay, are we ready? We'll take a picture in 3, 2, you're ready, in 3, 2, 1. Another picture in 3, 2, 1. Would you like to have another pose? Okay, another pose. UT. A U with your right hand and T with your left. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. You may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next agenda, we would like to take a moment to appreciate the incredible support of our sponsors whose contributions have made INNODEL 2023 event possible. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Gramedia Printing Group, Bank BTN, Bank BRI, Bank Mandiri, Telkom Indonesia, Huawei, Microsoft, and Ion Reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break for coffee and refreshment. We will return in 15 minutes in our next agenda, which is the plenary session 1. Please enjoy the break and take the opportunity to network with fellow attendees. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
A wondrous civilization. Disposed to tranquility. With scenic landscapes bordered by the sea. Here, mythologies become principle. And religions create the cornerstones of life. It is contained in the arts and crafts, where celestial ceremonies become part of popular culture. Legacies of glorious traditions, where folktales are regarded as guidebooks to perfection, honed over centuries, yet possible to experience within a few hours. Experiences you can take home. Here, art preservation is a tourist attraction. History is a living monument. Even shopping is meaningful. See world-famous resorts compete with local means of accommodation. Enjoy natural kindness. Or the excitement of exploring nature. With endless stories to tell and never-ending feasts. Never-ending possibilities to get more out of life and journeys. Yogyakarta.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seat because we will continue today's agenda, the first plenary session. Welcome back everyone. We hope you enjoyed the break and had the opportunity to network. However, before we move on to the next agenda, Trixie, I would like to see the spirits of all the audience here in the ballroom.
How are we going to see that, Irsanti?
Do you remember we still have the klotoan, everyone?
You remember you have your kotokan with you in front of you on the table?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hold it, every one of you? Okay. Trixie, will you lead?
Okay, we will play it together on my count to see the spirits of our audience today. We'll play it together. Are you ready? Okay, we'll play it together in 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Yeah.
Give a round of applause for us all today.
Thank you very much. I hope that we'll keep our spirit high, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us proceed to the first plenary session.
Ibu Astri Dwijayanti Suhandoko, MED, PhD. However, before we start, let me briefly read her CV. Ibu Astri Dwijayanti Suhandoko, MED, PhD, is a lecturer at Master of Basic Education at Graduate School of Universitas Terbuka. She graduated from National University of Tainan, Taiwan in 2011 for her doctoral degree. Her research interests are focusing on 3 major issues on curriculum and instruction, distance education, and teaching materials development. She has more than 25 journals and book chapters related to those major topics. She currently manages 3 journals as an editor and reviewer. She has been a member of the International Academic Forum from 2023 to 2024. Without further ado, please welcome Ibu Astri Dwijayanti Suhandoko, MED, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for a beautiful MC. Okay, His Excellency, Director of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Dorojat Embus PhD, His Excellency, the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Cooperation, and Business, Rahmat Budiman, SSM Hum PhD, His Excellency of Yogyakarta, Head Division of Education, Youth, and Sport, Dr. Didik Wardaya, SE MPD, His Excellency, the Director of UT Yogyakarta Regional Office, Dr. Agus Santoso, MSc, our keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we have 3 plenary speakers who will share their thought about the technology innovation in the digital era. Before we proceed, I would like to inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the speakers will be invited to present their material about 20 minutes, and then after that will be a Q&A session. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call all the plenary speakers to come to the stage. Professor Vanessa Pastanen from Florida State University. Mr. Irving Hutagalung from Microsoft Indonesia. And then Professor Maria Mercedes and Rodrigo from Ateneo, the Manila University of Philippines. Please have a seat. Yes, okay. Professor Vanessa, Mr. Irving, and also Professor Maria, how do you do? Okay, all of you enjoyed staying in Yogyakarta? Yes, I hope you have a great moment during your staying in Yogyakarta. Okay, we will start for the plenary session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the first speaker, there will be Professor Vanessa. Before she presents the material, allow me to introduce Professor Vanessa. Professor Vanessa Pastanen is a professor of Instructional System and Learning Technologies in the Department of Educational Psychology and Learning System. She joined the faculty of Florida State University in 2003, and her research investigates the cognitive, motivational, and social elements of computer-mediated communication. And she has authored more than 50 journal articles and book chapters. And right now she is serving a 3-year term from 2016 until 2019 on the board for the American Educational Research Association's Instructional Technology Special Interest Group. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please come to the podium, Professor Vanessa Pastanen. And please welcome to the podium. And give applause to Professor Vanessa.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It is my great pleasure to be here with you today. Will this work? Did I just advance the slides? Oh, it was working. Okay. There we go. Okay, sorry, it takes me a minute to, technology, right? That's what we're all about here today, and technology always poses its challenges. So today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about microlearning. And, microlearning. I always tell people when we are talking about a new topic that we should take a moment to just think about the word and what the word itself means, because that usually helps us break it down into its simplest components. Micro and learning. Something small, and that thing that we're all trying to do. Help people better their lives through learning. So if we think about microlearning, it's just taking learning at a big level and chunking it down into small components. And this can be done formally, which is most of what I'll talk about today, but it can also be done rather informally, and it's probably something that you've experienced before. So let's think for a moment about whether or not you've experienced microlearning, and I have some examples for you. Has anybody here been a scout? I looked it up online before I came here, and I was informed by Wikipedia that scouting is very popular in Indonesia. So have you been a scout?
Yes.
And are your children scouts? Yes. Okay. So we learn small little chunks of things when we're scouts, and we earn badges at the end for doing that too, right? It's a very rewarding experience, and that is a form of micro-learning. Duolingo. Does anybody here use the app Duolingo to learn language? Yes? Okay. And you learn in small little chunks. That is a form of micro-learning. Khan Academy. You using Khan Academy? My daughter is practicing her algebra on Khan Academy. Again, a form of micro-learning. Do you watch YouTube tutorials? I watch them when I need to do home improvement projects. Something is leaking under the sink. How do I fix it? I look it up online. Again, micro-learning. So it's just learning in brief bursts, usually digital, or at least that's why we're thinking about it as a current trend, although it's been around forever. The key things for micro-learning are to remember that it's not just extracting any 5 minutes of learning from a larger experience, but instead it's about having a single small scope learning objective that you're going to focus on. And it's typically self-directed by learners. It's not me as an instructor standing up in front of the room saying, in the next 5 minutes we'll learn how to do this thing, but rather you as a learner deciding you're going to devote 5 minutes of your life to learning a specific thing. So I'm going to go through a whole bunch of ideas that define micro-learning and some different terms that we use to talk about micro-learning. We talk about micro-learning in terms of micro-learning objects. These are our small single units of micro-learning to teach just one topic. And each micro-learning object should stand on its own. We should be able to use it and feel like we've had a complete learning experience. The media that we use for micro-learning could be just about anything. People are often think about micro-learning in terms of YouTube videos because we think about small little tutorials that teach us how to do something. So we have video, but it could also be an audio file, an infographic. If you interact with an infographic and learn something, that could be considered micro-learning, a brief amount of text. You can have interactive micro-learning experiences like we do with Duolingo. You could even have them where you're exploring something collaboratively with some other people. The focus and size, again, it's a single objective and we're just thinking about the necessary details to learn that one thing. It's our smallest reasonable unit of instruction. The length, if you get into the literature on micro-learning, you'll find that people don't exactly agree on how long micro is. We probably all define that in a slightly different way, but we think of it as brief. If you think about attending a class, you might be thinking about, let's see, at my university classes are 50 minutes long, or an hour and 20 minutes long, or 2 hours and 45 minutes long. We think about learning in these bigger chunks. But micro-learning could be as brief as 3 to 5 minutes, sometimes up to 15 minutes, but not something where you would expect that you might get interrupted in the middle of it or that you would need to experience it across multiple days. Learners have choice when they do micro-learning. We might have a big collection of micro-learning objects, and people can figure out which path they're going to take and learn multiple things as they add up the different micro-learning objects that they experience. This occurs when we have a larger system, and each micro-learning object is something we should be able to access on demand and just in time when we want to learn something. So this leads to what I call micro-learning math. We can learn big things by learning a lot of small things. Now, I said earlier that each small thing needs to stand alone, and that's still true, but we can add them up as many as we want to develop our expertise on a particular topic. And each learner might do it in their own individual way. They can have their own experience of microlearning math. When we add it all up, we get to a larger microlearning system, which is just a collection of microlearning objects. They can have a relationship where they're horizontal or vertical, so I could be going deeper and deeper into a topic, or I could be learning more and more analogous topics. Either direction is fine. And we can offer learners groups of these microlearning objects in a larger system to allow them to have choice about what experience they're going to have next. And this is the beauty of digital-based microlearning systems, that we can house everything online within some larger framework and have learners engage in their own learning paths. This leads me to the idea of the micro challenge, and this is what I really wanted to share with you today. This is something that my colleagues and I have been implementing in our classes. So now we are taking these formal small bits of learning and putting them into a larger, more formal learning setting, but we're still keeping everything small, micro. We're still giving learners choice about the paths that they want to take, and we've positioned this as challenges that the learners can engage in that will help them enhance their knowledge. We give them badges, just like you probably received badges when you were a scout, in order to mark the completion of a learning experience. These badges are digital, so they don't have a vest or a sash like a scout would have and have to sew the badges on, but instead they can have a digital space where they can display all of their badges and share them with other people. So I'm going to give you a case example here of how we use micro challenges and badges in a higher education class. I see my slides have gone a little weird. The font must not be matching up with the computer that they're on, but I think we can work through this okay. So the class that I've chosen to give you an example from today is a graduate level course that had 25 students in it. It's an online class. I know we're all interested in online learning here, and it is taught asynchronously online. This particular class was taught on the topic of social media and related technologies and thinking about how they could be used to foster learning. In a class like this, my goal is to have my students get as much experience as they can with these different technologies in a learning context. So we integrated this micro-learning challenge and badge system to try to motivate students, to get them to try new things. One thing that we've all probably experienced before is, well, what do your students do in a class? What's required of them, right? Do they do more than is required? If you say something is optional, do they do it? If I tell you something is optional, do you do it? Only if you're really interested and you have the extra time. However, when we tell students that it's a challenge, sometimes they want to really undertake that challenge. So this system helps reward students for independent explorations that they take related to the course topic, but they are structured for the students. And in this class, because it was a class about... Oops, have no idea what happened there, but it seems like we're better now. So this class, because it is a class focused on education, we were also modeling micro-learning for the students because they might want to do it later in their own classes. So I'm going to share with you a little bit of the presentation to the class where we were introducing the micro-learning challenges and badges to the class to show you how it was explained to the students, and then I can explain it and share it to all of you. And then finally, I'll talk a little bit about how we designed, developed, and implemented the system. We got the students together in a Zoom session in order to introduce challenges and badges so that they could have the opportunity to ask some questions in real time if they wanted to. And we set it up very much like, you know, are you in the race? Do you want to do this? It is a challenge. It is meant to be fun for you. But it was optional. it was not necessarily related to their grade. And we stressed to the students that they should do it if it was fun for them, or if it motivated them, or if they felt that it would help them learn. Many of the challenges that were built into this system were things that if students learned how to do them, they might be able to integrate them into later assignments in the course. So everything was topically themed with the course, but these were little extra activities, fun learning activities that would stretch students' skills and ask them to learn and try to do new things. There were many more challenges than I could work into a requirement for a class, but there was a lot of choice for students, and that was a good thing. We told them, if you're the competitive type of person, if you're the type of person who, if I say, there will be a score for this, or there will be a reward for it, then I want you to think about this as a challenge. Think about it like you're taking part in a competition, and go out there and see how many challenges you can complete and how many badges you can earn. But if you're not competitive, then just think about this as a little experiment or a semi-structured opportunity that you have to try something new. You don't have to figure it out on your own. I'm giving you some framework for it, but you'll get to try something new. The challenges were issued to the class in multiple forms. So like I said before, this was a class focused on social media. So when we issued challenges to the students, we would post them on Instagram, and we would put them on, well, I suppose I should call it X, formerly known as Twitter. We would post it on the class blog. We would post it in the class learning management system. So we'd put the information out in multiple forms and ask the students if they wanted to engage in the challenges. We gave badges in the class, and some of the badges were related to the challenges, and some of the badges in this system were related to other things. So I'll explain quickly the 5 forms of badges that we had in this class. We offered peer-awarded badges. Sometimes it's difficult to get students to interact with each other in an asynchronous class, but we would encourage the students in this class to be there to help their fellow students and to make connections with their fellow students. And then every few weeks in the class, we would invite them to fill out a form and nominate their peers for badges. Things like being a good tech helper or being a good community member in the class. We gave leveled badges for the more activity that people had in a class. So we're connecting to the trend of gamification a little bit here. The more that people posted, the more that people shared. Every time they hit 5, 10, 15, 20, they could earn another badge. We also had what we call Easter egg badges, and these are hidden badges. So on the Easter holiday, when we celebrate it, we hide Easter eggs for people to find, and when you find them, you have a little reward. These were virtual Easter eggs, and they were hidden in different places in the class, hidden virtually. But when students found them, they could win a badge. And this encouraged students to really look thoroughly through all of the materials and experiences in the course. Then we had the challenges, these small activities, and I'll share one in a moment, these small activities that we asked the students to complete, and we rewarded them with a badge at the end. And then there was what we called the mega challenge. Every time you earned 5 challenge badges, you could earn a token in this class, and you could use this token to excuse yourself for a late assignment or to make up for a discussion activity that you did not complete. So the token was kind of like extra credit points that the students were free to use. That, again, was to encourage them to participate in the challenges, because every 5 challenges completed equaled a mega challenge badge and token. We told the students that there were many things that they could do with the badges. They could accrue them in the tool that we were using. They could post them to different places and share them with other people. We actually did have a student who would print them out and cut them out and pin them to their shirt and wear them around like a little badge. But there were many things that they could do with these badges. A case example of a badge and challenge that we had was one that was focused on Google Maps. It was one of the technologies that was available to the students to use for their projects, and it was unfamiliar to many of them. I mean, we know we all use maps in order to navigate, to get around, but how many of you have created your own map on Google Maps? How many of you have dropped in your own pins and put in descriptions? That's something that was not so familiar to my students. So this is the kind of challenge that I would give them. They were issued the challenge to build a map and to put layers on the map and draw pins on the map and think about how they would get other people to contribute to the map. It's a micro challenge. It stands on its own. It has a very small learning objective that is related to Google Maps. It's the type of thing that they could complete within 15 minutes. It didn't take that long to do it. In past classes, when I just said to people, you could try this if you want, they didn't try it. In this class, when I said, it's a challenge and you get a badge, not everybody did it, but many did take advantage of that. The badges then were offered to the students in a tool called Canvas Badges, and what you're looking at right now is an example of how the badges could be set up in there with metadata that would be carried forward with the badges. So if they're participating in larger systems of badges, they can put them in their virtual backpack and carry them around to say that these are experiences that they've successfully completed. Now, in our class, I'm not willing to say that our badges had more meaning to the rest of the world, but you could definitely build a system of badges that represent microlearning that hold some sort of currency in the rest of the world. Tiny little micro certifications that could add up to something larger for people. So the system, quickly, as we designed it, required us to first go through all of our course content to figure out what might be a good topic for badges. From there, we determined the types of badges that we wanted to use, as I explained the 5 that we chose. And of course, we didn't choose all badges that were related to learning. We chose some other types as well. We had to establish the performance that people would have to engage in, the specific learning activities, and how we were going to assess these badges. The development and implementation process then involved creating the badge visuals, and like in this case, I got somebody to develop them for me to make some attractive visuals. So you may need a team to do this. It's all different types of talent that is required. You need the instructional designer, you need the graphic artist. We had to write the challenge descriptions that were going to be issued to the students, like writing up an assignment and create some examples. We had to create the ads that we pushed out to the students to try to get them excited about participating in the badges. We had to set up the badges with all of their metadata in the badge system that we used. And then finally, we had to post the challenges to the students and follow all of the activities that they were doing. So there are a lot of steps. It's not too complicated, but still a lot of little things that you need to do to set this up. So this screen is where I could create a new badge, and I could drop in my file with the image, and I could put in all of the descriptions of the badges in this tool. And later, when it was time to award them, I would pull up a roster of the class, and I could click on the names of the students who received the badges. So to evaluate this system, as I wrap things up with my 20 minutes here, the participation levels vary when you do this, but I had more participation in these optional activities when I've issued them as challenges to the students, as microlearning challenges, than when I've just given my students a list of extra optional activities that they can do. So the name that you give to something and the way that you offer it to the students and the rewards that you give to them definitely make a difference. I think it's important to note that even the students who didn't participate in the micro challenges, the ones who said, that's too much, I can't do this right now, I can only do what's required for the class, they still told us that they were learning vicariously through their peers who were engaged in the badge earning process. There was much for them to learn. They could see what their classmates were doing, and they found that valuable. Often what they did in the challenges gave them ideas for the projects that they were working on in the class. So they saw this as a pathway to something larger that they might do. They also would tell me that the ideas that they got from the challenges, even if they didn't use them in their projects, became things that they wanted to use in their own classrooms as teachers. Because this showed them the many possibilities of things they could do. We also got feedback from people who did not participate directly that they were saving the challenges so that when they had time, they might go through and do them another time. So all in all, we consider this to be a pretty successful, a positive experience. What I've just shared with you is from the first class that we used it in. We have since gone to create these systems for multiple classes and have implemented them with all different types of students and have had similar results where it's been positive. We've seen students do extra learning and learn new things, and even the ones who don't have a positive sense of the system. And that is what I came to share with you today. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to answering any questions later.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Vanessa, for your interesting presentation. And I think the audience also think the same with me. It's very interesting, but before we ask the question for Professor Vanessa, please wait until the Q&A session. So right now, if you have a question, please write it down in the paper. And also for the online participants, if you have something in mind, please type your question in chat room box. Then later, the organizer will pick up 3 questions for every session. Okay, once again, give applause to Professor Vanessa. Thank you so much. Very interesting. I also very curious about the batch. Maybe later I will ask the question. It's okay? Okay, thank you. So we'll have the second speaker. It will be Mr. Irving Hutagalung. But before you present your presentation, I would like to introduce you to all the audience. Okay. Mr. Irving Hutagalung is Microsoft Country Engineering Lead in Indonesia. He is a cloud architect and engineer who help business on their cloud journey. He has a huge interest and passion in technology, especially on how it impacts our society. And his job is to help anyone who needs guidance in utilizing the latest technology such as cloud, AI, machine learning, IoT, data analytics, AR, VR, MR, chatbot, etc. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Irving Hutagalung. Give applause to Mr. Irving Hutagalung.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity from Universitas Terbuka. Actually, this is the first time I speak in front of an academic conference. Usually, I speak in front of IT conference. So, still learning something new every day, right? And today, my focus is on the latest technology called generative AI. I'm pretty sure everybody already know about ChatGPT and such, and I want to focus specifically on the impact towards education, because of course you are all from education institutions, and this is how from Microsoft we see the impact, and I intentionally put it as opportunities and challenges, because in the end these two are inseparable, right? In some cases, it becomes challenges, but also it becomes opportunities for all of us. So, right now, AI has become something mainstream. I just spoke with my colleague from Telkom, actually saying that they already graduated AI from the emerging business to become mainstream. Because it is becoming mainstream. Maybe we don't realize it that when we go from places to places and we use Google Maps, we actually let the application decide for us which route that we should take. Do you ever argue with that? No, right? It's quite rare. Unless you already know where you want to go, then why bother using that app, right? So we use it and we trust the application to bring us to that location. Now, AI has gone one step further, where it becomes something that is so ubiquitous it becomes part of our life. And these are just some highlights that I collected from several news, and I specifically choose something related to education. And even our CEO, Satya Nadella, said that because of AI, computer age now moved from like a bicycle age now to become steam engine. Because now AI, especially generative AI, will be part of the way we work, the way we teach in this case, and the impact to students as well. Generative AI, because it can generate text, it can generate image. Later on, for those of you that will join the workshop that I will host, we will actually try it. We will let AI generate things for us. And this is awesome because in the end, it will impact a lot of things. And in the end, the question is this, right? What AI can do for you? Explaining AI to educators is quite difficult, actually. When I go to our customers in IT, they're always excited about AI. Oh, we want to use it. We want to do first to use it. But when I talk to my colleagues, educator colleagues, the first thing that came up from them is concern, right? First is for themselves, for yourself. So where is the impact to me? And the second thing is, what is the impact to my students? What should I teach them when they become something professionals in the age of AI, right? So what is actually the impact? And I just want to share some things. Later on, we can discuss about it, maybe over lunch or during the questions. I want just to share some, not case studies, but some cases, right? In Broad College in the US, they actually use the data and AI to do some machine learning, create patterns to identify students that need help. Right? And then they create specific learning path for the students so that they can still graduate, because in the end, the attrition rate is very important. Right? The second part is language. So in Taiwan, they actually use some technology from Microsoft and OpenAI to help students when they want to learn English. And this is quite important because in the end, something difficult about learning language is we need to speak with a native speaker. But what if the native speaker is not available, right? So we can use generative AI. So AI becomes the teacher, the native speaker of that language. And again, personal learning pathways, this is a partner of Microsoft, Power School. They use it to create something, because this is fully digital, then they can use AI to create specific learning path for each student. So I cannot explain this on time, so we can search for Power School and learn how they use it, right? And the opportunity for education is this. For yourself, for the educators, and this is actually applies to any professional, including myself. The struggle to have enough time in the day. If you ask me, I really want to have like 36 hours, if possible, in a day, so that I can do more. Right? But this is a struggle for us. And the second part is the energy level. I understand one of the challenges as educators is because you need to face the students all day. How you can keep your energy if in the end you still need to do administrative stuff. You create summaries, you need to create questions and answers, you need to score them. Can we give that some part of it to AI so that you can focus to face the students? That's what the purpose of this, right? And of course, the learning curve. And this is not only for you, the professionals, but also for the students. So what we need to teach them so they can be ready to use AI as well. So here are some of the skills. This is part of our survey 2023 Work Trend Index today. I will not explain all of them, but I just want to emphasize some things. AI is not the answer or the silver bullet for everything, right? So when are we going to let AI make the decision or let a human make the decision? So that's the first part. Analytical judgment. We still need to ensure that we as humans know when to delegate things to AI. That's the first part. That's a skill. This is not something that there's a formula or there's a pattern. No, it is still a skill that we need. And then emotional intelligence, why it's still there. As you know, my colleague here in Indonesia know we are entering a presidential election soon, and generative AI will wreak havoc of everything. People can simply generate fake videos, fake sounds and everything. So emotional intelligence become important so that we as humans can differentiate, oh, this one is fake, this one is not. Or this one is generative AI, this is not. You know, so AI or emotional intelligence is still important. The last part is that the prompts. During the workshop, one of the things that I will emphasize is how to ask the right question. Because AI is AI, it's just waiting there for us to ask a question. So what kind of question that we want to ask or how to construct it so that AI can give us the right answer is the most difficult part. People think that, oh, because of AI, I can ask anything and then I will get the answer. Oh, it's not going to be that easy, you know? So it's not as simple as, what is the capital of Indonesia? Okay, you don't need AI to do that, right? You just search. But sometimes you need to construct the question or construct the prompt so that AI can give you what you really needed, right? Okay. This is the opportunities list. I will not discuss everything. I only have 20 minutes, right? But I want to emphasize some things. First is, I believe there's a... Okay, no. So, the first part I already explained in the previous slides about the personalized learning. That's how AI also can help. So we can create personalized learning path for every student if necessary. Because one of the challenges of education, I don't know about abroad, but I know about Indonesia, is that we only have one curriculum which applies to everybody, right? Which for me is not really fair actually, right? Because some students is much smarter, some students need more help, but they actually get the same content, the same curriculum, and we just hope that they will survive. Right? With AI, we can identify the patterns, like what the Broad College used, and then we can create a personalized path for students so that they can still achieve what they need to achieve. And the other part is this, the create and customize contents. I know one of the challenges also for educators, professional educators, is that you still need to create the quiz questions, right? If not, then we will use whatever quiz questions that we created last year, and then the seniors will give it to the juniors, say, hey, this is the quiz, you know? You still need to create one. That's how generative AI can also help. During the workshop, we can go through that. For example, if you want to create 5 questions, multiple choice about magnetism for 6th grade, instead of you creating it, you ask AI to create it for you. But then remember the previous skills, yeah? We still need to check whether it is correct. You are the teacher, right? So you need to know, okay, this is actually correct for 6th grade student, not like 7th grade or 5th grade. But at least AI can help you to generate some of the samples. And last but not least is that we want to automate processes, administrative processes. For example, this is not specifically for education, but for corporates as a general. One thing that I really hate to do is when I was asked in a meeting, hey, Irving, please take notes. Why I need to take notes? I want to engage in the meeting. If I need to take notes, I will not have time to discuss with everybody. But if I am discussing, then I will not have time to take notes. So you can imagine what happened, right? Now AI can help you with that. I already come into several meetings internally with Microsoft that when we end the meeting, the AI system will generate the meeting minutes for us, and it's not word by word. It summarizes who says what and what is the decision. Of course, we need to check, right? We cannot fully trust AI anyway. Right? We need to check, but at the very least, most of the summary is already done. We don't need to assign somebody to take notes, you know. So that kind of stuff is something that we really looking forward to be used also in the education institutions. Okay, and this is another one. This is actually an animated GIF of reading progress. So Microsoft Education, inside of Microsoft Teams, there is an application called Reading Progress. This actually helps students to learn English. So the teacher will give them a reading material to read, and then the students will read it, and Microsoft Teams will give them score, whether they are good or not. Again, this is not about scoring, but about learning, right? The most difficult part is for the teacher to create the reading material. So AI here can help. It can generate custom passage for you, right? Start from the beginning. Generate custom passage. So what is the topic? What kind of words that need to be in the passage? How long it is, and which language? And then the system will generate for you. And then you can increase the complexity, increase or decrease the complexity. See, it doesn't mean that you don't need to do any work, but at least the system will help you. Right? If some percentage of your administrative work can be done by AI, then again, you can focus on the students. That's the idea, right? And we actually do some surveys, and 70% of employees, including educators, is actually looking forward to delegate work to AI. So let's not come to the discussion on whether AI is bad or not. Right? It's similar to a knife, right? We sell knives in supermarkets. Even though we can do bad things with it, right? But we still sell it because there are a lot of good things about it. So the same thing with AI. Let's use this in the best way possible so that we can help the students in the end. Okay? I only have 5 minutes. So these are the things that AI later on can help. We already talk about administrative tasks. We already talk about finding info and answers. If you go to the workshop later on, we will focus on the creative work, right? One of the things that I hate about doing presentation is to create the presentation. And one of the things about creating presentations is to create the background image, right? To find the right background image for my text or wordings or topic, you know. Now we can use DALL-E to generate the image. I can simply type, please create an image of landscape of Indonesia with the background of mountains, in the foreground is rice fields, and it will generate for you in less than 2 minutes. So again, the purpose is not to replace somebody, but so that we can focus on our work, right? In your case, become the best educators, okay? So, this is not a sales pitch. I need to show this because of the video next after this. One of the challenges as well in creating presentations is, and actually I heard about this from a lot of friends, also from my wife. She was in finance. A lot of times she needs to convert a financial report in Word document to become a PowerPoint slide. And I also need to do that. A proposal in Word become a PowerPoint slide. Let's see how generative AI can work. I hope the audio can appear.
Everyone has had a moment when they wish that they could turn their proposal into a custom-ready presentation without having to start from scratch. Now you can. Using just your own words, Copilot can translate Word into PowerPoint. Now you have a professional-looking presentation that you can hone and polish. Let's say you want to add a slide. Give Copilot some quick instructions and it immediately generates it for you. There it goes. Copilot doesn't always get everything right, so it's important to verify you are happy with it and make any edits that are needed. So this slide is too wordy. You can ask Copilot to make it more visual, which it does effortlessly. And check this out, Copilot can even animate the slide. It gives it a professional design treatment in a single click. But it doesn't stop there. Copilot automatically generates speaker notes for all your slides. It's not only a time saver, It's helping you be a better presenter.
The word co-pilot for our generative AI technology, because we, the human, are still the pilot. Okay? Co-pilot means AI will help us to become more productive. As you can see, right? Just a simple click and there. Of course, somebody still need to create the Word document, right? But then at least we don't have to be the other person who need to create the presentation slides, find the images, you know, and then do the animations. Let's ask Copilot to do it. We are not a graphic designer, right? In your case, you are educators. Why you need to learn about all things about PowerPoint animations just to become a good educators, right? So the tools can help you with that. Okay? So in the end, this is quite controversial. I initially want to put AI will reinvent education, but our legal team doesn't allow me to do that, so I only put AI can reinvent education, because in the end, it's up to you, right? This is just a tool. So how we are going to use the tool to help us in our work and to help students as well, because they will be using these tools later on, right? So in the end, I don't really care about the first three parts. The last part is the most important. How to empower. If you know, Microsoft vision is to empower every person and every organization in the world to achieve more, right? So we want to empower you and your students so that you can focus on the education part of it, not about the tools, because the tools can help. And you don't need to think a lot or do administrative tasks and everything, because now AI tools can help you, okay? So if you want to take note on this, there is a learning session, digital, right? One of the sample of micro-learning that Professor Vanessa mentioned. So you can learn AI, it's free, you can go there, and it's less than 1 hour actually. And the opportunity is yours to utilize the tools, and let's discuss later on if you have any questions. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Give applause to Mr. Irving Hutagalung. Thank you so much for your captivating presentation. Yes, so the audience, both in offline and also online, you can ask question in the Q&A session, but not only question. Maybe you have an experiences about using the ChatGPT or other application. You can share to Mr. Irving Hutagalung, and also maybe ask the advice to help you, maybe to help you to do the work, yeah, using the AI. Okay, thank you once again. Give applause to Mr. Irving Hutagalung. Okay, for the last speaker, the third speaker, we have Professor Maria here. So I need to introduce you first, as always. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Professor Maria Mercedes Tan Rodrigo is Executive Director, Arete, and a professor at Department of Information System and Computer Science. She is also the head of the Ateneo Laboratory for the Learning Sciences, ALLS, a member of TPD at Scale Coalition. Her fields of specialization are technology in education and educational data mining. Most recently, she and her team has developed mobile games for literacy and augmented reality application for museum. And also, right now, please welcome Professor Maria. Give applause for Professor Maria.
Selamat pagi. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am here to present a brief presentation on artificial intelligence in education, an overview of the state of the art. You can think of this as a continuation of Irving's talk. Okay, sorry, ignore the QR code. Artificial intelligence in education is the study of learning wherever it occurs. We use AI to, I forgot to start my timer. We use AI to create learning environments that are adaptive, flexible, inclusive, personalized, engaging, and effective. AI in education is a relatively old field. It's about 30 years old. Actually, no, let me correct that. It's more than 30 years old. But there is an international conference on artificial intelligence in education that has been around for about 30 years. The research interests that are discussed within that conference include things like student modeling, domain modeling, conversational agents, and so on. Our focus today is on generative AI, which was started by the previous speaker and which I'll continue a little bit. And this is the presentation outline. I'll first talk about what generative AI is, how we can use generative AI for education, some current research, and some ethical considerations. So first, what is generative AI? In the words of ChatGPT, generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that aims to create or generate new content, and this includes text, images, and more. So, audience participation. Which of these images are AI generated? Okay, so these are two houses. Let's see, okay. Look at them I'll give you a few more seconds to look at them. And, okay, who thinks that the image on the left side is AI generated? Show of hands, please. Okay, we have a few people. Who thinks that the image on the right side is AI generated? Okay, so the answer is, it's actually the image. So, wait, I am getting, how do I go back? This one, okay. Sorry. Let me say that again. It's the image on the left that's AI generated. Okay. Next, same question. Which image is AI generated? Is it the image on the left or the image on the right? So who says that it's the image on the left? Okay, a few hands. And who says it's the image on the right? Okay, a few hands. All right. So once again, it's the image on the left. Okay. Okay, one last question. Same question. Who says that the image on the left is AI generated? And who says that it's the one on the right? So who says the left one is AI generated? Okay. And who says the right? Okay, it's the one on the left. I'm sorry, I had to put all the AI-generated pictures on the left because that was the only way I was going to remember. So, okay, yeah, so it's this image, the one on the left. Okay. There are many different sample uses of AI aside from the ones I showed you. We already saw samples of image generation, but we can also use AI to help us with product designs, layouts, color palettes. So this is a professor at the Rochester Institute of Technology. I don't know him personally, I just Googled for an example, and this was one of the examples that showed up. He teaches design, and he asked, I believe it was Midjourney, to generate sample images of circles embracing cylinders. That was the prompt. And he wanted to design something like a vase, or if not a vase, something like a holder for pens and pencils. And these were the images that Midjourney generated for him. He used these as inspiration, and then he actually started sketching his own ideas based on the images that were generated by AI. And then he started rendering what these products might look like. I don't think he actually built them. I think these are also just rendered. Okay, Aside from helping us with design, the AI can help us with copy editing. So the text on the left is there's no need to actually read it, but the text on the left was the original text that was written by one of my students, and then the one on the right is the text as edited by ChatGPT. And actually, wait, let me go back to, I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay. One of the reasons why I actually tried this was because I advise master's and PhD students, and sometimes when they send their papers to me, I do have to copy edit. And it got to the point where I was thinking, do I really need to do this, or is this something that ChatGPT can do? So I actually cut and paste some text and I put it in ChatGPT, and when I read the edited text, I said, okay, this is about as good as it's going to get. I mean, I don't think I could have done a better job. So there, that's why I played around with this a little bit. There's also, it can do language translation. This is text from an old Filipino epic poem that was translated into English. It can also do creative writing. I asked it to write the lyrics of a song about single origin coffee in the style of Taylor Swift, and these are the lyrics that were produced. Actually, this is not even the complete song. There were a couple more stanzas, but I just didn't include them. AI can help us with creative writing. If you go on Amazon, there are at least 280 books that were generated by AI. I have a question. Does anybody here play Skyrim? Hands up? No? Nobody plays Skyrim? Okay. Skyrim, for those of you who don't know, is an adventure game, and it's a very high production value adventure game. You take the role of an adventurer who has to slay dragons, and if you slay enough dragons, you become Dragonborn. Okay. In order for you to accomplish your quests, you need to talk to non-player characters, and the non-player characters usually have a script. In order for you to get information from them, you can only ask them certain questions which you have to select on a menu, and they will answer you based on the question that you asked. What a combination of different AI modules can do is you can actually load the profile of your characters into these AI tools and make them more conversational. So this was supposed to be a video, but I'm not going to play it anymore for lack of time. But you can you can YouTube this. Just look for Skyrim generative AI, and you should be able to play the whole video. Again, this is something that I'm not going to play, but let me just tell you. Producing a chatbot that is based on sort of a very specific corpus of knowledge is not too difficult with current tools. Elias Fernandez is one of my students, and he had to do a 6-week on-the-job training in my laboratory. And in those 6 weeks, he created a small chatbot that could answer questions about the syllabi of any course given to it. The idea was that, of course, we're all teachers in this room, and agree or disagree, many of the questions that our students ask us about class policy are actually answerable if they read the syllabus, right? And so if they ask you, when are final exams? Look at the syllabus. Or what percentage of my grade is the final exam? Look at the syllabus. It should all be there. So what Elias did was he took all our syllabi, he fed them into a chatbot, and so you can actually ask the questions. You can ask the chatbot those questions, and the chatbot will give you answers. So, and this was 6 weeks' work. It was not actually very difficult. Irving mentioned Microsoft Copilot. There are also Copilots for other tools like GitHub. So if you are, if there are there any computer science teachers in the room? Does anybody teach programming? I don't see any hands, but okay. If anybody does, or if anybody teaches technology, GitHub Copilot is one of those tools that you can use to help you code. As you're writing your code, GitHub Copilot will provide you, let's say, with a list of commonly used functions. It can actually fill in your code for you, given a description, and it can increase your productivity as a coder. There is some current research in AI education that was presented during the AI in Ed 2023 conference. So I just chose a few examples. There's something called Smartphone, which explores keyword mnemonics using auto-generated verbal and visual cues. And what this does is it uses generative AI to teach second language. So the second language in this case is German. What it does is it tries to generate both an image and a sentence to help students remember the word. So in this case, for example, the English word is bottle. The German word is, I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce this, but I think it's flash. And a series of Gen AI tools were used, specifically ChatGPT and DALL-E 2. ChatGPT was used so the prompt was write a short sentence that connects the keyword bottle with the German word flash. And what ChatGPT produced was imagine a flashy bottle that stands out from the rest. And that prompt was fed into DALL-E 2, and you'll see that the picture here is that of a blue bottle, blue and green bottle, surrounded by black or dark brown bottles. So it stands out. It is flashy, and this is one example of how you can use tools like this. Okay, I only have 6 minutes left, so I'm going to skip some of these questions. Here. So this was a really interesting example, and it is very similar to the Skyrim example, but this time this is to help with teaching doctors how to interview patients. So those of you who are working in schools that have a medical degree, one of the skills that doctors and nurses have to master is how to interact with patients. And what happens here is that you can create virtual patients, and you can vary their ages, their genders, their socioeconomic backgrounds, their educational backgrounds, etc. And a combination of virtual reality and something like ChatGPT or generative AI can actually enable doctors and nurses to have conversations with patients, so doctors can now practice their interviewing skills. The advantage of something like this is that it's scalable, because this is software that you can take to different medical schools and to areas where it might be difficult to have this kind of training. Usually, this kind of training is conducted with actual actors or, let's say, medical staff pretending to be the patient. But that approach is also sometimes not scalable. Something like this can be quite scalable. Okay. Now, let me just move on. Okay. One of the, and again, I am pressing the wrong button. One of my colleagues, Menon Arasid from the Ateneo Graduate School of Business, actually uses a lot of generative AI to prepare his course content. So to create his explainer videos, he makes about 4-minute explainer videos. He has ChatGPT, Bard, or Bing create scripts, and then he feeds those into Elven Labs to create an MP3 audio file. He also takes his 4-minute script and he uses PowerPoint's RTF to PowerPoint function in order to create the PowerPoint slides. And then he merges all of that in Canva and he publishes it on YouTube. So, you know, this whole sort of pipeline, this is his pipeline of tools that he uses. So it's actually really good.
Pardon?
He now
Professor,
has,
you have 3 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. And so he has a YouTube channel where he has all of these videos. Okay, what are some of the ethical challenges? Of course, there's the concern about cheating, and there's also the concern about generating content that is up to human standard. All of us, I guess, as universities, need to come up with our policies for responsible AI use. These are the policies of the University of the Philippines. There are also, and also our journals. Those of us who edit journals, who contribute to journals, have to be also very cognizant of when the use of Gen AI is acceptable and when it is not. There are opportunities for us as educators to decrease to increase our productivity and to give more meaningful feedback and to be more creative. But it is also important for us to decide what kind of skills we are trying to develop in our students and to sort of make sure that the uses of these generative AI tools supports those end goals. Okay, I think I'm going to end my presentation here because we're running out of time. But thank you all very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Maria. It's a very interesting presentation, especially about creative assessment. I'm very curious about that one. Okay, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, it's now for us to start the Q&A session. And for the participants, before you ask the question, for both in offline, also in online, please state your name, institution, and also country. And please state who the question is addressed to. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will open for, okay, wow, so many questions. 3 questions. Okay, 1 for the other, Mr. Mehmet. The second question. Okay, for the person in the middle and the ladies in the back. Please state your name, institution, and also country. The organizer, you already have a microphone?
Yeah.
Oh, Pak Diki, okay.
Is it for me?
Oh, okay. Maybe the first issue in the letter will be Mr. Mehmet. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm Diki from Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia. My question is for Professor Vanessa. I'm interested in the microlearning, and this is actually what we have is a microlearning. This is how we learn physics. Vibration and rotation create sound. So this is part of microlearning. But my question is, when we use microlearning, some students are having difficulties in connecting small part of what they learn into the big picture. You explained about the challenges to motivate the student. I hope that in the future when I include challenges in my micro-learning, when using micro-learning for teaching, I can help them to find the big picture of some small part of the knowledge that is become the small part of the micro-learning. But if you have some more suggestion, I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dicky. So maybe directly to answer the question.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think that's a really interesting thing for us to think about, the relationship between these tiny micro-learning bits and the big picture of the learning that we're doing. One of the things that we have tried to do is to make the micro-learning the focus on specific examples of the bigger picture. So it's not that students are learning everything through micro-learning, but they are learning the regular parts of the class the way that we would expect them to. And that's where they're getting the big picture. And then those micro-learning parts, the challenges are attached to different parts of the big picture. And they are allowing students to have these individualized experiences that are enhancements of the regular learning content, whether it's to allow them to go further or because they have personal interests in a specific area and everybody in the class could take their learning adventure in a slightly different way for those enhancements. But it's a great point that you make. We always need to consider how it connects back to that larger picture when we use micro-learning in a formal learning context.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Okay, so we will open for the second question for Mr. Mehmet.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My question almost similar with Pak Diki.
Please state your name and your institution.
Oh yeah, sorry. My name is Mehmet Sasmat, M-E-M-E-T. My question similar with Pak Diki. This is for Prof. Vanessa. But before, my question for Prof. Vanessa, but good morning for Prof. Maria again. I hope you happy and enjoy in Indonesia. Welcome in Indonesia. Indonesia is happy and enjoy country, I think. The first one, according to your research, Prof. Vanessa, please share your experience about microlearning. So how to planning microlearning model for teaching early childhood, teenager, and parents, according to your research in your country. And then the second one, what are your suggestions that microlearning used for distant learning or online learning? Especially it can be practiced for often distant lecture in Indonesia or anywhere. I have two questions for you. Thank you very much. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So we have two questions. But before you answer the question, I would like to ask the organizer to show the online question from the audience, from online audience. Do you mind to share? The first. Okay, this is for Professor Maria and also Mr. Irving. Oh, there is so many questions. So the first question is, as a teacher challenged in the digital era, especially those related to AIED, can you give an example of what skill educators should master? And the second one, what should educators do in dealing with ethical issue in using AIED? And the third, can AI be used in all fields of science, or is it more spatial used in the exact science rather than the humanities? And the fourth, one of the education problems in Indonesia is the lack of facilities and infrastructure to support of the integration of ICT in learning. So what programs have been developed by Microsoft to provide solution to this problem. Okay, thank you, the organizer. So we will give Professor Vanessa to answer the question first, and then Mr. Irving and also Professor Maria.
I'm afraid I forgot the question while I was paying attention to those questions.
Okay, so how the micro-learning related to the early childhood course, right? And then also micro-learning, is it possible in distant education or online learning education? Okay.
I think you can fit microlearning really into any subject matter area, into any discipline's course. So while I haven't worked directly with early childhood education, I have worked with pre-service teachers who plan on going into all different areas of education, including some who plan to work in early childhood. And what microlearning has allowed us to do is to teach the basic components of the course. So again, going back to that big picture, but then allow the students to specialize in their different areas of interest through microlearning. And we have used this in campus-based courses. We have used this in online courses. In fact, it works particularly well in online courses because we are giving students the microlearning options that they might engage in digitally. Many of the materials that they might use for microlearning are digital materials. It might be different tools that we're asking them to try in a challenge, or it might be videos that are online that we are asking them to view and then do something with that knowledge to demonstrate that they have mastered it. So absolutely, I think microlearning works well in an online environment. And once you think about it, you realize it's built into so many of the apps that we carry around on our phones and so many of these little experiences that we naturally have every day as human beings walking around with a bunch of questions, needing to learn tiny pieces of knowledge in order to move through our lives. And why should our education system really be any different than that? We're humans trying to move forward through learning.
Wow, interesting. Okay, thank you so much, Professor. And then we move to another answer. Is there any microphone?
There is a microphone. Yeah, so to continue first from what you're saying, my daughter actually learned to cook from YouTube. Right? And yeah, the mother actually explains about the basics, but then later on she can actually create cakes based on a lot of YouTube videos. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So it is really helpful, right? Just to share some life experience there.
Right.
Okay, the questions are tough, especially about the ethical issues, right? Microsoft actually created a special division for responsible AI because it is a very tough question to answer, right? And just like any other technology, there will be negative impact as well as positive impact. Right. And if you say that skills that we learn today, actually each time I do presentation in front of students, especially university students, my first slide is whatever you learn now will be obsolete in 6 months. Because it is going to be obsolete in 6 months, right? So the skills that is needed by students and actually everyone right now is to be flexible and lifelong learning, right? We have to actually learn every day. If we try to be static about our skill, oh, I'm very expert about X, right? Well, in 6 months, X will be gone and you will be out of work, right? So actually the question shouldn't be what kind of skills that the specific, like hard skills that students need to learn or we need to learn, but it's more like what kind of attitude that they need. That they need to be very passionate in learning. They always want to learn new stuff, So that is something that we need to really emphasize to all students, and which I actually try to do as well with my kids, right? They need to ask questions and we try to give them answers as best as we can. And it is actually related to the ethical issues because there will be impact, there will be job loss. Right? Like I mentioned, if soon AI can summarize meetings for us, then we don't need those people that do meeting notes only, right? And then like Prof. Maria already shows about language translation, well, translators will be gone soon. You know, so, and it is also related to the other questions, right? It is not only for science, it's also for humanities. We can create prose, we can create poems, you know. We joking, I actually, a lot of times I demo ChatGPT is when I ask, give me any words, and I ask ChatGPT to create a poem about it, you know. And that's very easy. So it will impact all industry. This is one kind of technology that actually will impact all industry, all technology, all countries, every level. Right? So we need to be ready for that. And what Microsoft has done is we try to provide micro-learning, right? Of course, we cannot do a workshop full day for everybody, like the one that I shared about less than 1 hour for educators. We also have AI for business. You know, business people can learn about it, how to utilize the tools. And of course, the underprivileged communities, we also provide AI learning to them. We work with various NGOs across the world so that we can help them not to be left behind, right? Because in the end, the purpose of technology is to ensure that we can empower everybody, not just the people that have the necessary infrastructure and everything. So the impact will be massive, but yeah, that's why we need your help as educators here to ensure that everybody will be ready for it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for interesting answer. Okay, Professor?
Okay, I'm just going to add again to what has already been said. I think as educators, we have to remember what our role is in the education system. What is our role? We're here to curate what it is that our students learn. We select what it is that they will encounter, the educational encounters that they will have, and the flow of these encounters. So we're here to curate. We're here to validate what it is that they learned, whether they actually learned it or not. So when we give them assessments, when we ask them to produce something, when we ask them to perform, to program, we're there to check whether they do actually possess the skill, the knowledge, the attitude that they need to fulfill those requirements. So we curate, we validate, and finally we're here to care. We're here to make sure that our students know that they are important, that they are valuable, that they are human beings who have something to contribute to our communities. So those are our roles. And as we perform those roles, we remember, or we always have to remember, what it is that we want our students to get out of the educational experience. So by remembering who we are as educators and remembering what we want for our students, I think we craft the educational environment, including the ethics that guide the development of our students. We decide and we have to communicate to them what is acceptable behavior, what is not acceptable behavior, what are acceptable uses of these technologies, and what are not acceptable uses. We have to craft these policies clearly. We have to communicate them regularly, and we have to call out our students when they step over the line. So, and then finally, I wanted to address the last question about what we can do in under-resourced communities, such as Indonesia, such as the Philippines. There is this, I don't know if we can call it a movement yet, but it's a an emerging field in AI in education called AI Ed Unplugged. Unplugged, meaning what do you do when you don't have the computers, the internet, the tablets, the cell phones, the cell signal, etc.? What do you do? How is AI relevant in contexts such as these? And actually, this was the last part of my presentation, which I skipped. So I get to present it now. No. That was actually, I was the one who asked that question so that I could finish. But anyway, AI Ed Unplugged is a paradigm where you can still use AI in contexts that are low resourced. What's an example? In a classroom with so this is something that started in Brazil, and it's already being used with 500,000 Brazilian learners. The students write their essays on paper. So there is no expectation that the students will have internet, will have computers, will have phones, nothing. Paper and pen. Students use paper and pen. They submit the papers to the teachers. The teachers, using their phones, take pictures of the essays, and then those images are sent to the server with the AI. The AI grades the essays based on the rubrics that the teacher provides, and then sends the results back to the teacher. The teacher can double check, can validate, and then the teacher can give the feedback to the students. So the AI is between the teacher and it's not between the student and the teacher, but rather from the teacher to the server. So actually the slide of Irving about empowering faculty and staff, that's where it can happen. And maybe I suggest, and maybe this is something we can think about, that for communities such as ours that don't have the same sort of facilities that other countries have, maybe we can think about how we use AI to really empower our teachers and our staff to make them more efficient and them more flexible and agile and more powerful in general, so that they can better serve the students.
Wow. Give applause to all the speakers. Okay, regarding the limited time, honestly, we have many questions, both offline and online, but because we need to stop the Q&A session, so I would like to say thank you once again for all the speakers for very captivating presentation and also dynamic discussion. And also, I also need to thank for all the participants for the participation. And finally, give once again to all the speakers, everyone. And I'm Asri as the moderator. It's my pleasure to preside the forum. Thank you, and I return the event to the host.
Okay, please give another round of applause for our speakers and moderator once more, everybody. Thank you very much for giving us such an informative and comprehensive discussion. And thank you, Astri, for moderating the first plenary session. For our speakers, please kindly stay on the stage as we would like to present tokens of appreciation for each of you for sharing your expertise in this session.
And to present the token of appreciation, we would kindly invite to the stage Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Head of Institute of Research and Community Service of UT, as well as INNODEL Conference Chair. The certificates will be first given by Rector of UT to Professor Vanessa. Please give a round of applause to Professor Vanessa. Next up, we will have Professor Dewi to give the certificates to Bapak Irving Hutagalung. Next is from Professor Dewi Padmo to Bapak Irving Hutagalung. Please give a round of applause. Now we will have the certificates from Professor Daryono to Professor Maria. Please give a round of applause to Professor Maria. Please kindly remain on the stage for photo session. For that, I would like to invite the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business of UT to the stage. We will begin our picture in 3, 2, 1. Maybe another pose. Bapak, another pose. UT. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. You may all return to your seats.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the next agenda. It will be a remark from the head of the Association of the Professions of Indonesia Distance Education, or we call it as APPJJI in Bahasa Indonesia, or Asosiasi Profesi Pendidikan Jarak Jauh Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Muhammad Husni Arifin, SAG, MSI, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. His Excellency Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Ojat Darojat Embus PhD. His Excellency Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Partnership, and Business, Pak Rahmat Budiman, MA PhD, His Excellency Chair of Institution for Research and Community Services, Universitas Terbuka, Profesor Dewi Artati Padmo, MA PhD, His Excellency Chair of the 2023 INNODEL Committee, Profesor Daryono, MA PhD, Honorary Director of UT Yogyakarta, the distinguished speakers and presenters of INNODEL 2023, the APPJJ Advisory Board and the Management Board, and all distinguished guests and participants. First of all, on this auspicious occasion, on behalf of all the APPJJ management, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to the head of LPPMUT, and Chairman of INNODEL Committee, who have provided the opportunity and support to APBJJE, so we are able to socialize and conduct the APBJJE meeting coincide with the 2023 INNODEL activities. We would like also thank to the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darajat Embus PhD, and all of UT top management for their direction and support so that APBJJE be able to carry out the APBJJE program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Distance Education Professional Association, or in bahasa Asosiasi Profesi Pendidikan Jarak Jauh Indonesia, APPJJI, was formed on 30 March 2004, initiated by distant education professionals from various levels of society to seize opportunities and face the challenges of distant education in the future. To name few among the founders of APPJJ are Dr. Setiadi MA, Profesor Dr. Atwi Suparman, Profesor Dr. Atian Belawati, Profesor Dr. Sukarwati, Profesor Dr. Yusufati Miarso, and others. APPJJE was formed because of the growing needs for distant education, which became increasingly evident when we were faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. The very rapid development of information and communication technology, as well as the growth of a knowledge-intensive society. So these conditions have created strong encouragement to build a learning society that can provide lifelong education to the entire community as a fulfillment of human rights. By considering the noble ideas of the founders of APPJJE, the needs of society, and the momentum of the rapid development of distant education, Universitas Terbuka has the initiative to reactivate APPJJE as a forum for sharing and collaboration in the development of distant education in Indonesia. Therefore, on the 1st February 2023, at the 3rd APPJJE National Meeting, it was agreed to form a new APPJJE management for period 2023 and 2026. And then you can see the detail of APPJJE management at the APPJJE web page. The management of APPJJE consists of the Advisory Council, Central Management Council, and Regional Management Council. And in this good occasion, let me introduce the APPJJE Central Management Boards. They are the chairman of APPJJE, and that's myself, Muhammad Husni Arifin, and the deputy chairman, Muhammad Atning, SPD, MPD, PhD. Please stand up. Okay. Thank you. And then the secretary, Dr. Eti Puji Lestari, SCMSI. Dr. Eti. Deputy Secretary, Nimade Ayu Krishna Cahyadi, SAME. Please stand up. And Treasurer Heni Kurniawati, SST, MCAS. Dear colleagues and friends, in forming the APPJJE Management Board, we not only involve lecturers, professionals, and practitioners from Universitas Terbuka, but also involve various educational institutions in Indonesia, such as Pusdatin, Muhammadiyah Cyber University, Pelita Harapan University, Bina Nusantara University, Pradita University, Aptikom, ICE Institute, Telkom University, Lampung University, and others. We are committed to work in advancing APPJJE as a community forum for all distant education practitioners and professionals in Indonesia. And of course, we need support from all parties to build strong alliance to jointly advance learning and education in Indonesia. Therefore, we invite all of you to join ABJJI membership. It is just 100,000 in Indonesia rupiah, and you will get many benefit of ABJJI membership. Let's work together to develop distance education to support the government in building the nation's human resources through distance education. Please visit our ABJJI booth and get our memorable gift. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite you to watch the video of APPJJI.
Pendidikan adalah kunci menuju masa depan yang lebih baik di dalam dunia yang terus berubah. Hadirnya sistem pendidikan jarak jauh telah menjadi salah satu solusi yang semakin relevan pada saat ini. Ditandai dengan hadirnya berbagai perguruan tinggi dan lembaga pendidikan tinggi telah melakukan pembelajaran dengan pendekatan jarak jauh dan atau campuran. Dalam pengembangannya diperlukan sebuah wadah profesional yang bisa menampung dan mewadainya. Asosiasi Profesi Pendidikan Jarak Jauh Indonesia atau dikenal dengan APPJJI adalah sebuah organisasi yang berfokus pada pendidikan jarak jauh di Indonesia. Didirikan di Jakarta dengan berdasarkan Pancasila dan Undang-Undang Dasar 1945 pada tanggal 30 Maret 2004 untuk jangka waktu yang tidak terbatas dengan struktur organisasi tingkat pusat dan cabang sebagai perwakilan daerah. Komunitas ini berkomitmen untuk mendukung perkembangan pendidikan jarak jauh di Indonesia dan telah melakukan Munas APPJJI ketiga pada tanggal 1 Februari 2023 dengan terbentuknya pengurus terbaru yang diketuai oleh Muhammad Husni Arifin, SAG, MSI, PhD, dengan memiliki cabang di berbagai daerah. Organisasi ini memiliki tujuan untuk mendukung penelitian, pengembangan, dan penyelenggaraan pendidikan jarak jauh, serta pelatihan dan komunikasi jarak jauh yang diarahkan bagi penciptaan aliansi yang kuat untuk memenuhi tuntutan pengembangan pendidikan dan pelatihan dari komunitas belajar melalui konsep-konsep baru dari suatu panduan antara teknologi komunikasi dengan pembelajaran dalam aplikasi multidisiplin yang luas.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the first plenary session, we hope that you found the presentations and discussions informative and helpful. As we move through the dynamic agenda for our event, we would like to inform you that we will have workshops in 4 different rooms with 4 different topics. Okay, Trixie, can you inform us what are the topics for the next workshop sessions?
Of course, Santi. Our exciting workshop will cover 4 incredible topics that are sure to spark your interest. In Ballroom 1, we will have an engaging session on hands-on demo on Ion Spatial AI with Metaverse Builder. In Ballroom 2, we will delve into leveraging existing generative AI tools for educators. In Ballroom 3, we will have a discussion on artificial intelligence, hope or threat. And in Sri Manganti, we will be exploring on AR, VR, XR integration into Moodle platform.
Seems like they're very interesting, right?
Of course, yes.
I wish I could join in one of the sessions. Okay, before that, I would like to invite all the poster presenters together in Kencana Room exactly at 1 p.m. for short briefing. I should mention their names, please attention. The poster presenters are Dinar Hanung, Bahria, Sarah Fadila, J. Aleta, Edison and Honorata Ratnawi, Faizal Ahmad, Made Yudistiani, Iis Solihat, Asep Safaat, and Heri Kurniawan. Once again, please, for those names that I've mentioned, gather in Kencana Room exactly at 1 p.m. for a short briefing.
But before that, Irsanti, I'm sure we're all coming here and we're going to bring something for our friends and our family back at home.
The souvenirs?
Yes, so what
Okay.
should we do? So, rather than going out of this hotel, we have brought everything, every souvenirs to this hotel. You may visit our UMKM right outside.
Can you mention what are there in the exhibition? Some of them?
Of course. We have bakpia,
The traditional,
the traditional
food of
food
Yogyakarta.
of Yogyakarta. We have batik, traditional batiks, jamu,
the traditional drinks from
yes.
Java.
So you don't have to go anywhere. You can find it right here in this hotel.
That's very interesting. So don't forget to visit the UMKM exhibition right in the Kencana Room that will be held until 5 p.m., right?
Until 5 p.m. So you may visit our UMKM in Kencana Room until 5 p.m.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with workshop sessions, we would like to invite you to lunch break. You will be accompanied by Javanese gamelan performance. And we kindly request your timely return as we look forward to an equally engaging and productive afternoon ahead. Okay? Thank you very much and enjoy your meal.
Kehidupan masyarakat Jawa kuno selalu berdampingan dengan alam, di mana meyakini bahwa alam memiliki kekuatan. Mereka sadar bahwa alam menyediakan segala kebutuhan dalam kehidupannya, sehingga selayaknya mereka mensyukuri itu semua dengan berbagai tradisi upacara penghormatan terhadap alam semesta. Masyarakat Jawa sebagian besar di masanya adalah penganut agama Hindu, di mana menempatkan gunung-gunung tinggi adalah tempat bersemayam para dewa yang disucikan. Merapi adalah salah satunya. Kearifan masyarakat menggunakan semesta dalam kehidupan seperti pedoman rasi bintang untuk bercocok tanam dan digunakan dalam sistem navigasi nelayan, pedoman musim, hari pasaran, dan lain sebagainya. Dalam ajaran leluhur Jawa, kehidupan diyakini terdiri dari unsur api atau dahono, tanah atau bantolo, air atau tirto, angin atau maruto, dan akasa atau eter. Inti keberadaan Yogyakarta adalah bentang ruang memanjang dari utara ke selatan dan diapit beberapa sungai, yakni Sungai Code dan Winongo di ring pertama, Sungai Gajah Wong dan Bedok di ring kedua, dan Sungai Opak dan Progo di ring ketiga. Dengan dasar-dasar inilah Pangeran Mangkubumi membangun Yogyakarta. Menempatkan Keraton Yogyakarta di antara Gunung Merapi dan Laut Selatan bukan kebetulan semata. Juga posisi keraton yang menghadap ke utara memiliki makna khusus sesuai konsep kosmologi Jawa. Pusat alam semesta atau makrokosmos yang digambarkan sebagai Gunung Meru kemudian disejajarkan dengan raja dan kerajaannya atau mikrokosmos, yang dalam topik ini adalah Sri Sultan dan Keraton Yogyakarta. Konsep pensejajaran inilah yang disebut sebagai konsep kosmologi. Yogyakarta dibangun bukan sekedar mempertimbangkan aspek fungsional saja, melainkan juga memperhatikan aspek filosofi tata alam semesta atau alam dan manusia. Tata ruang ini tervisualisasikan dalam wujud Gunung Merapi, Keraton, Laut Selatan yang menggambarkan sumbu imajiner yang selaras dengan konsep Trihita Karana dan Triangga atau Parahyangan, Pawongan, Palemahan atau Hulu, Tengah, Hilir. Secara simbolis, sumbu imajiner ini melambangkan keselarasan dan keseimbangan hubungan manusia dengan Tuhannya atau hablum minallah. Manusia dengan manusia, hablum minannas, manusia dengan alam. Semua komponen keselarasan ini berada pada satu gambaran sumbu kelanggengan. Secara khusus masing-masing bagian dapat dijelaskan seperti berikut. Gunung Merapi. Manusia yang telah mencapai kasempurnaning ngaurip atau kesempurnaan hidup inilah yang menjadi manusia sejati, manusia yang mempunyai pancaran rohani yang kukuh dan tidak tergoyahkan dengan godaan-godaan duniawi. Kondisi kokoh atau pikukuh ini disimbolkan sebagai kokohnya Gunung Merapi yang menjulang tinggi, sebagai akhir dari garis lurus yang dicapai oleh manusia dalam garis kelanggengan. Karena Gunung Merapi diyakini oleh masyarakat Yogyakarta sebagai tempat roh-roh suci yang hidup di alam kelanggengan, maka Gunung Merapi mempunyai arti yang istimewa bagi masyarakat Yogyakarta. Pada hari-hari besar tertentu di Gunung Merapi dilaksanakan upacara-upacara ritual. Hal yang sama juga dilaksanakan di Laut Selatan. Dalam kepercayaan Jawa, gunung seringkali dilambangkan sebagai kekuatan laki-laki atau ayah, dan laut dilambangkan sebagai kekuatan perempuan atau ibu. Panggung Kerapyak, Keraton, Tugu. Panggung Kerapyak. Pertemuan antara wiji atau benih yang digambarkan antara panggung krapyak atau yoni dengan tugu pal putih atau lingga melambangkan proses kelahiran manusia atau sangkaning dumadi yang tumbuh dan berkembang hingga menjadi manusia dewasa, berumah tangga, mengandung, dan kemudian melahirkan anak. Perjalanan sangkaning dumadi secara simbolis terlihat dari beberapa vegetasi dan tata ruang dari panggung krapyak sejalan lurus menuju Keraton Yogyakarta. Pohon asem melambangkan wajah atau rupa seorang anak yang nengsemake atau menari. Pohon tanjung merupakan lambang bahwa seorang anak selalu disanjung-sanjung oleh ayah dan ibunya. Tugu Pal Putih. Sebaliknya dari Tugu Pal Putih menuju Keraton Yogyakarta melambangkan jalan kesempurnaan manusia kembali menuju kepada sang penciptanya atau Paraning Dumadi. Hal ini terlihat dari nama jalan yang disematkan dari Tugu Pal Putih hingga menuju Keraton Yogyakarta. Jalan Margo Utomo. Secara etimologis, kata Margo Utomo berasal dari kata margo atau margi atau mergi yang berarti jalan, sedangkan utomo berarti utama. Margo Utomo berarti jalan keutamaan. Jalan Malioboro. Malioboro berasal dari kata malio yang berarti jadilah wali. Boro yang berasal dari kata ngumboro atau mengembara. Jadi, makna Malioboro secara etimologis adalah jadilah wali yang mengembara. Jalan Margomulyo. Kata Margomulyo berasal dari kata margo yang berarti jalan, sedangkan mulyo berarti kemuliaan. Secara etimologis, Margomulyo berarti jalan kemuliaan. Pasar Bringharjo. Pasar Bringharjo juga bermakna simbolis dalam perjalanan tujuan akhir hidup manusia atau Paraning Dumadi, yaitu sebagai simbol godaan duniawi seperti kekayaan, harta, dan wanita. Jalan Pangurakan. Kata pangurakan berarti menolak, membuang, mengusir. Secara filosofis, pangurakan berarti melepaskan hawa nafsu yang berhubungan dengan keduniawian. Keraton Yogyakarta. Sedangkan Keraton Yogyakarta yang berada di tengah menggambarkan kehidupan manusia yang telah mapan hingga dewasa dan kehidupan langgeng setelah kematian, yang disimbolkan dengan lampu Kyai Wiji di gedung Proboyekso yang tidak pernah padam. Keraton Yogyakarta menjadi pancer atau sumber kehidupan masyarakat Yogyakarta. Keraton adalah lambang struktur manusia dengan segala konsep kesadaran sangkan Paraning Dumadi, sedulur papat limo pancer, kiblat papat limo pancer, jalmo limpat seperapat tamak. Laut Selatan Segoro Kidul. Sebagai bagian dari sumbu imajiner, Laut Selatan mempunyai makna dan arti istimewa bagi masyarakat Yogyakarta, yaitu istana atau keraton Kanjeng Ratu Kidul penguasa Laut Selatan. Legenda mengenai Ratu Kidul ini dimulai pada saat pertemuan antara Panembahan Senopati dengan Ratu Kidul. Segoro Kidul secara kosmologis merupakan gambaran dinamika masyarakat yang selalu bergerak dan berubah seperti ombak lautan. Untuk menyelami dan mengetahui gerak dinamika masyarakat tersebut, seorang raja harus berhubungan dengan masyarakatnya. Hal ini dilambangkan dengan bentuk persatuan atau perkawinan antara raja dengan masyarakatnya yang dilambangkan dengan seorang wanita yang cantik jelita. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari peristiwa-peristiwa spiritual yang selalu dilaksanakan, baik oleh kalangan kerabat keraton maupun oleh masyarakat umum di sekitar pantai selatan, khususnya di wilayah Parangtritis dan Parangkusumo. Secara mistis bagi sebagian masyarakat hal ini dianggap merupakan sikap ngabekti terhadap kerajaan Laut Selatan yang diperintahkan oleh Ratu Kidul. Tetapi secara simbolik sesungguhnya peristiwa ini merupakan peringatan bagi seorang raja untuk dapat selalu memberi kepada rakyatnya dengan melarung sebagian miliknya sebagai simbolnya. Pembersihan harta benda dari ketidaksucian duniawi. Laut Selatan bagi masyarakat Yogyakarta mempunyai arti simbolik kehidupan manusia. Laut mempunyai makna kosmologi sebagai suatu tempat yang amat luas dan merupakan gelombang dan dinamika masyarakat. Masyarakat adalah tempat manusia secara individual untuk ngangsu kaweruh atau mencari ilmu. Kedekatan Pangeran Mangkubumi yang juga sebagai raja pertama Yogyakarta dengan rakyatnya menjadikan beliau mampu menerjemahkan apa yang menjadi keinginan rakyat dalam membangun sebuah keraton. Gagasan Sultan Hamengkubuwono I mendirikan keraton pada tahun 1755 sebagai cikal bakal penataan kota Yogyakarta tidak bisa dipisahkan dari arsitektur keraton Yogyakarta yang terinspirasi langsung dari apa yang terjadi di dalam kehidupan masyarakat Jawa. Manusia sebagai aspek penting dalam kebudayaan Jawa tidak terlepas dari proses daur hidupnya, yakni kelahiran atau sangkan, pernikahan atau kedewasaan, dan kematian atau paran yang tergambarkan dalam aspek sangkan paraning dumadi atau asal dan tujuan dari ada. Aspek-aspek nilai filosofis yang terkandung dalam garis imajiner dan sumbu filosofi Yogyakarta ini secara nyata terinspirasi dari kehidupan masyarakat Yogyakarta sejak zaman dahulu kala yang merawat, memelihara, dan menjaga tradisi dan budaya untuk tetap lestari sepanjang masa. Hamemayu Hayuni Bawono. Kehidupan masyarakat Jawa kuno selalu berdampingan dengan alam, di mana meyakini bahwa alam memiliki kekuatan. Mereka sadar bahwa alam menyediakan segala kebutuhan dalam kehidupannya, sehingga selayaknya mereka mensyukuri itu semua dengan berbagai tradisi upacara penghormatan terhadap alam semesta. Masyarakat Jawa sebagian besar di masanya adalah penganut agama Hindu, di mana menempatkan gunung-gunung tinggi adalah tempat bersemayam para dewa yang disucikan. Merapi adalah salah satunya. Kearifan masyarakat menggunakan semesta dalam kehidupan, seperti pedoman rasi bintang untuk bercocok tanam dan digunakan dalam sistem navigasi nelayan, pedoman musim, hari pasaran, dan lain sebagainya. Dalam ajaran leluhur Jawa, kehidupan diyakini terdiri dari unsur api atau dahono, tanah atau bantolo, air atau tirto, angin atau maruto, dan akasa atau eter. Inti keberadaan Yogyakarta adalah bentang ruang memanjang dari utara ke selatan dan diapit beberapa sungai, yakni Sungai Code dan Winongo di ring pertama, Sungai Gajah Wong dan Bedok di ring kedua, dan Sungai Opak dan Progo di ring ketiga. Dengan dasar-dasar inilah Pangeran Mangkubumi membangun Yogyakarta. Menempatkan keraton Yogyakarta di antara Gunung Merapi dan Laut Selatan bukan kebetulan semata. Juga posisi keraton yang menghadap ke utara memiliki makna khusus sesuai konsep kosmologi Jawa. Pusat alam semesta atau makrokosmos yang digambarkan sebagai Gunung Meru kemudian disejajarkan dengan raja dan kerajaannya atau mikrokosmos, yang dalam topik ini adalah Sri Sultan dan Keraton Yogyakarta. Konsep pensejajaran inilah yang disebut sebagai konsep kosmologi. Yogyakarta dibangun bukan sekedar mempertimbangkan aspek fungsional saja, melainkan juga memperhatikan aspek filosofi tata alam semesta atau alam dan manusia. Tata ruang ini tervisualisasikan dalam wujud Gunung Merapi, keraton, Laut Selatan yang menggambarkan sumbu imajiner yang selaras dengan konsep Trihita Karana dan Triangga atau Parahyangan, Pawongan, Palemahan atau Hulu, Tengah, Hilir. Secara simbolis, sumbu imajiner ini melambangkan keselarasan dan keseimbangan hubungan manusia dengan Tuhannya atau hablum minallah. Manusia dengan manusia, hablum minannas, manusia dengan alam. Semua komponen keselarasan ini berada pada satu gambaran sumbu kelanggengan. Secara khusus masing-masing bagian dapat dijelaskan seperti berikut. Gunung Merapi. Manusia yang telah mencapai kasempurnaning ngaurip atau kesempurnaan hidup inilah yang menjadi manusia sejati, manusia yang mempunyai pancaran rohani yang kukuh dan tidak tergoyahkan dengan godaan-godaan duniawi. Kondisi kokoh atau pikukuh ini disimbolkan sebagai kokohnya Gunung Merapi yang menjulang tinggi, sebagai akhir dari garis lurus yang dicapai oleh manusia dalam garis kelanggengan. Karena Gunung Merapi diyakini oleh masyarakat Yogyakarta sebagai tempat roh-roh suci yang hidup di alam kelanggengan, maka Gunung Merapi mempunyai arti yang istimewa bagi masyarakat Yogyakarta. Pada hari-hari besar tertentu di Gunung Merapi dilaksanakan upacara-upacara ritual. Hal yang sama juga dilaksanakan di Laut Selatan. Dalam kepercayaan Jawa, gunung seringkali dilambangkan sebagai kekuatan laki-laki atau ayah, dan laut dilambangkan sebagai kekuatan perempuan atau ibu. Panggung Krapyak, Keraton, Tugu. Panggung Krapyak, pertemuan antara wiji atau benih yang digambarkan antara panggung krapyak atau yoni dengan tugu palputih atau lingga, melambangkan proses kelahiran manusia atau sangkaning dumadi yang tumbuh dan berkembang hingga menjadi manusia dewasa, berumah tangga, mengandung, dan kemudian melahirkan anak. Perjalanan sangkaning dumadi secara simbolis terlihat dari beberapa vegetasi dan tata ruang dari panggung krapyak sejalan lurus menuju Keraton Yogyakarta. Pohon asem melambangkan wajah atau rupa seorang anak yang nengsemake atau menarik. Pohon tanjung merupakan lambang bahwa seorang anak selalu disanjung-sanjung oleh ayah dan ibunya. Tugu Palputih. Sebaliknya dari Tugu Palputih menuju Keraton Yogyakarta melambangkan jalan kesempurnaan manusia kembali menuju kepada Sang Penciptanya atau Paraning Dumadi. Hal ini terlihat dari nama jalan yang disematkan dari Tugu Palputih hingga menuju Keraton Yogyakarta. Jalan Margo Utomo. Secara etimologis, kata Margo Utomo berasal dari kata margo atau margi atau mergi yang berarti jalan, sedangkan utomo berarti utama. Margo Utomo berarti jalan keutamaan. Jalan Malioboro. Malioboro berasal dari kata Malio yang berarti jadilah wali. Boro yang berasal dari kata ngumboro atau mengembara. Jadi, makna Malioboro secara etimologis adalah jadilah wali yang mengembara. Jalan Margomulyo. Kata Margomulyo berasal dari kata margo yang berarti jalan, sedangkan mulyo berarti kemuliaan. Secara etimologis, Margomulyo berarti jalan kemuliaan. Pasar Bringharjo. Pasar Bringharjo juga bermakna simbolis dalam perjalanan tujuan akhir hidup manusia atau Paraning Dumadi, yaitu sebagai simbol godaan duniawi seperti kekayaan, harta, dan wanita. Jalan Pangurakan. Kata pangurakan berarti menolak, membuang, mengusir. Secara filosofis, pangurakan berarti melepaskan hawa nafsu yang berhubungan dengan keduniawian. Keraton Yogyakarta. Sedangkan Keraton Yogyakarta yang berada di tengah menggambarkan kehidupan manusia yang telah mapan hingga dewasa dan kehidupan langgeng setelah kematian, yang disimbolkan dengan lampu Kyai Wiji di Gedong Proboyekso yang tidak pernah padam. Keraton Yogyakarta menjadi pancer atau sumber kehidupan masyarakat Yogyakarta. Keraton adalah lambang struktur manusia dengan segala konsep kesadaran sangkan paraning dumadi, sedulur papat limo pancer, kiblat papat limo pancer, jalmo limpat seperapat tamat. Laut Selatan Segoro Kidul. Sebagai bagian dari sumbu imajiner, Laut Selatan mempunyai makna dan arti istimewa bagi masyarakat Yogyakarta, yaitu istana atau keraton Kanjeng Ratu Kidul penguasa Laut Selatan. Legenda mengenai Ratu Kidul ini dimulai pada saat pertemuan antara Panembahan Senopati dengan Ratu Kidul. Segoro Kidul secara kosmologis merupakan gambaran dinamika masyarakat yang selalu bergerak dan berubah seperti ombak lautan. Untuk menyelami dan mengetahui gerak dinamika masyarakat tersebut, seorang raja harus berhubungan dengan masyarakatnya. Hal ini dilambangkan dengan bentuk persatuan atau perkawinan antara raja dengan masyarakatnya yang dilambangkan dengan seorang wanita yang cantik jelita. Hal ini dapat dilihat dari peristiwa-peristiwa spiritual yang selalu dilaksanakan, baik oleh kalangan kerabat keraton maupun oleh masyarakat umum di sekitar pantai selatan, khususnya di wilayah Parangtritis dan Parangkusumo. Secara mistis bagi sebagian masyarakat hal ini dianggap merupakan sikap ngabekti terhadap kerajaan Laut Selatan yang diperintahkan oleh Ratu Kidul. Tetapi secara simbolik sesungguhnya peristiwa ini merupakan peringatan bagi seorang raja untuk dapat selalu memberi kepada rakyatnya dengan melarung sebagian miliknya sebagai simbolnya. Pembersihan harta benda dari ketidaksucian duniawi. Laut Selatan bagi masyarakat Yogyakarta mempunyai arti simbolik kehidupan manusia. Laut mempunyai makna kosmologi sebagai suatu tempat yang amat luas dan merupakan gelombang dan dinamika masyarakat. Masyarakat adalah tempat manusia secara individual untuk ngangsu kaweruh atau mencari ilmu. Kedekatan Pangeran Mangkubumi yang juga sebagai raja pertama Yogyakarta dengan rakyatnya menjadikan beliau mampu menerjemahkan apa yang menjadi keinginan rakyat dalam membangun sebuah keraton. Gagasan Sultan Hamengkubuwono pertama mendirikan keraton pada tahun 1755 sebagai cikal bakal penataan kota Yogyakarta tidak bisa dipisahkan dari arsitektur keraton Yogyakarta yang terinspirasi langsung dari apa yang terjadi di dalam kehidupan masyarakat Jawa. Manusia sebagai aspek penting dalam kebudayaan Jawa tidak terlepas dari proses daur hidupnya, yakni kelahiran atau sangkan, pernikahan atau kedewasaan, dan kematian atau paran yang tergambarkan dalam aspek sangkan paraning dumadi atau asal dan tujuan dari ada. Aspek-aspek nilai filosofis yang terkandung dalam garis imajiner dan sumbu filosofi Yogyakarta ini secara nyata terinspirasi dari kehidupan masyarakat Yogyakarta sejak zaman dahulu kala yang merawat, memelihara, dan menjaga tradisi dan budaya untuk tetap lestari sepanjang masa. Hamemayu Hayuni Bawono.
Recording stopped.